Guys, 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 I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Guys. How's everyone doing? Hello, everyone. Okay, we're gonna go straight in. Normally, I take a couple minutes to chat with you guys, but we're really late. I'm really late. I'm sorry, Foxley.
Fine.
Normally, I would chat with Got a little bit, just a little bit, but today we're gonna go straight in. We're gonna go straight into because it's late and I don't want to keep you up later than we need to be. Alright, let me get the RAFT mod launcher. Open the mod folder. There we go. Play. What is happening? I need to open up my ERM text file. There we go. Just so down close to you. Alright. Alright, perfect. Let's get in, shall we? Let me... Hello? Oh, check the mods. All the mods okay? Yep, all the mods are okay. Up to date. Lower. Alright, loading in. I got to... Oh fuck! My... Hang on a second. Okay, feel free to load in after counting to 30 or something. I forgot to get something. Shit! Okay, trying to make sure I stop. Okay. Okay, I'm technically back, although I can't see it. It says off. I'll let you know once. Put this in. There we go. Okay, I'm getting back into my BDSM chest harness. A minute. I'm not back in my headset yet, but I'm in the world, so you can join whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm joining.
Alright, I'm here. I'm back.
I'm back.
Got something important. Oh. Right. Are you in?
Still loading me? Okay, now I'm in.
Right. We're here at this island to explore and gather resources before we go to the final story island. That's my trees. These need to be cut. Let me settle our food and farm before we go ashore. bunch of cubes. Alright. Back to a full stack of cubes. Have a lot of banana seeds as usual. Kinda wish I could sell some of these banana seeds. Cause I keep producing more. Going to plant some pine trees. Because, yeah, enough coconuts, everything from that is good. Oh my god. I still can't believe how many flowers you planted.
Yep. I mean, it's just for the paint. I think I already have enough paint. So it doesn't matter if the bird attacked.
Makes it impossible to figure out which Lowell is being attacked by the bird though. Oh, did you take the whole stack of Gura steak?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll start cooking up some replacements then. Okay, well that's cooking. Let me double check your wood reserves. Should be fine. Oh yeah, we plenty of wood. Oh fucking bird! Fuck off, bitch! By the way, did the bird respawn? I don't think it did. That's good. Alright, let me... stuff some wood into the recycler. There we go. What does mango banana require? 2 bananas, milk, and mango. Shit! I just realized I fucked up.
Oh?
I initially planted banana trees because we were running out of banana. Fuck! Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'll wait until pine cones are done and then I'll make more. Makia, good girl. Actually, let me drink your milk immediately, Makia. Fresh Makia milk. Right. I'm gonna put this back. So I'll just eat a coconut chicken for breakfast. And I'll cook some chicken snacks. Oh, morning. Let me know if you find the merchant.
Yeah, it's here. It's to the left.
Left?
Very close.
Oh, very close? Okay, good. I will come visit the merchant as soon as I set some things to cook. Was missing. Which smoothie do you take, Foxley?
The simple smoothie.
Was it simple smoothie?
Yeah.
Right, okay. 2 coconuts, pineapple, and mango. Pineapple, mango. Make. These. Alright. I'm gonna put these on the grill. There we go. Right. Going to visit the merchant. Any particular resource you want me to buy, Foxley? Priority wise?
I mean, we already have a lot of titanium. And also somewhat iron. Not sure, actually. Maybe more iron, I guess. And titanium secondary.
Iron and titanium secondary. Alright. We need scrap. I believe we came here to get scrap, didn't we? I could buy some scrap as well. Right, I'll do that. Right, but mostly metal and scrap with just some titanium.
Nice.
Wait. Wait, no. Ah, fuck!
What's wrong?
I didn't buy titanium. Fuck! I bought something else. Oh well, it's fine. I'll do something with it. We're still slightly low on scrap, so... Wait, no! Wait, what? Wait, no, I didn't not buy titanium. I bought titanium, but I didn't buy metal. I bought... Oh, we have a lot of metal though, so... Yeah. It's fine, it's fine. If you see something strange on the boat when you come back, don't worry about it.
Sorry.
Apple smoothie. 2 chickens, coconut, and mushroom. And I need 2 coconuts, pineapple, and mango. Alright, well that's cooking. How do I... I want to put this. Yeah, this works. And oops. Alright, I don't know how you feel about these additions to the boat, but oh well. Fucking bird. Alright. Bowl and a cup. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Right. I need 2 gura. One of these, one of these. Thanks. And then 2. You said 2 coconuts. Game. Thank you. Am I running low? I need to replant pineapples. So yeah, let's do that. Oh, do you find something? Mango
More
seeds.
pineapple seed.
Okay, I see it. Thank you. That's exactly what I needed. Let's plant some pineapples. Oh, what happened? Oh, you brought back some watermelon. Alright. Right, that's fine. How's the trees? Oh, the thing I bought was a bunch of surfboards. I actually bought 3 surfboards. There's 2 at the front of the ship and 1 outside our room. Feel free to move them if you want to. One, 2, 3, and 4. Two, 3, 4. Right. Pressing is done. I'm going to take some of our money and buy some food ingredients. Alright, let's see. What I'm low on is cave mushrooms. I'll buy 2 of these. to buy berries or algae. I'll buy algae. Oh, mushroom. There we go. Yeah, I made the right call. My measures are getting a little low. Right. I need to here. Here, why? There. Right, that's fine. Oh, the only thing I need more of is this. Nice. Pine trees are done. Got some icons back there. I know what I need to plant is coconut and banana. Two, three, one, two. That's done. Now, wait, what am I doing? Oh, what I needed? I need this. These houses the ball? Yep, no. What's the battery? Still good. You are low. Switch you out. There you go. You're on the cusp of being ready. Cook some of these. Eat that as a snack. Drumstick. Where's that bird? Motherfucker! I suppose I should be happy that these birds keep coming back and killing themselves. So I never run out of birds to cook. kind of chicken is. Oh, it's not this. It's one coconut. Oops. Yep. Oops. It goes here. It goes here. Okay. Oh. And the battery. Give me that, thank you. Have you finished exploring the island yet?
Cut all the trees, but haven't looked for treasure yet. I'm gonna do that.
Might still have time. Next morning we probably want to try to kill Gur and check on the water for resources. One, two, replant this, thank you. Oops. That's not what I want. This is what I want. Yum yum. What do I need for it? Melon, strawberry, watermelon. Maybe coconut. Coconut, here we go. Cook it, please, thank you. Are you exploring the island, Foxley, or are you on the boat?
I'm on the island.
On the island, right. Once it gets to morning, I'll kill Guru first.
Alright.
He's not ready yet. I'll finally take a sip of coffee. Hey, hi. Yes, everyone, including locals. Oh, oops. Sorry, Jack. It was important to stay hydrated. Alright. Nope, this is a video. Okay. I'm gonna go down to Kilgore. Laura! Where are you? Where are you? Adorable little bitch, you. Come here. Come here. Fucking. Your shitty broke. Oh. One more. Come on. Oh, are you done? Come here. God. Bitch. Fucking die. Come on. Fuck you. Ah. Alright. Go ahead, stand. I'm going to go starting from the boat, going to the right side of the island.
Alright. Coming back.
Oh, excuse me. I actually love this little lagoon we have on this island. Oh, pufferfish.
Yes. Wait, I think I saw some seaweed over here. The reef goes quite far on this island. Oh my god, it goes even deeper? Really? Oh. I'm going to have to put on my diving gear for this. Oh wow. There you
Goes even deeper. And
go. Yeah.
pufferfish. Right, you get that area, I'm gonna start going around the island. First, I was like, this reef is gigantic. I think we're not gonna have any problem with seaweed by the time we're done here. So much seaweed. Silver algae, thank you. You know, considering this is supposed to be post-apocalyptic and all that,
I wonder where all these scraps come from.
since the wall is technically flooded.
Maybe, the current was too strong before it come down.
Like,
I was near that movie, The Day After Tomorrow, was it?
Yeah.
wait, was it Day After Tomorrow? Or was it a different
Wait,
movie?
how does it go?
Okay,
Here's the thing, it's the same director doing both movies.
one of them is, I think, involves the Mayan calendar one, and then the other one is about the magnetic field flipping. I don't remember which one is which.
Okay, I don't think I've watched that.
It's Roland Emmerich.
You know Roland Emmerich, the guy who did Independence Day?
Uh,
I think Day After Tomorrow was the Mayan calendar doomsday one, where the Earth's magnetic field flips and
it causes a lot of
weird weather effects, including
most of the earth freezing over.
I don't think I've watched that one yet.
that's quite old.
And there is
Wait, no, it's the same movie.
isn't it? Wait, is it or is it not? I can't remember.
Fuck.
Okay, you know what?
We get back on the ball. I'm gonna look this up.
Because it's bothering me now. I just remember in those
In the Day After Tomorrow movie, there was a
tidal wave,
I see you, Foxley.
I think a pufferfish. Nothing much behind me.
Is there anything over there?
Not much. I think we're all clear.
It's all done. Got all the loot and pufferfish. Alright, let's head back to the boat.
Now, where's the boat?
Just keep going to the where
I see the boat.
Alright, back.
Oh yeah, we have so much wood.
In fact, we have too much wood.
I'll pack some.
Like that.
I brought back.
All this scrap. Let's
Ores, bolt, more fucking hinges. I'm gonna start feed more hinges to the recycler.
and wood actually.
I'm going to feed 2 stacks of wood to the recycler.
Explosive powder. Yeah.
And
Oh wow.
hinges are worth a lot.
I'll handle that later.
I think you can go now.
Depart from the island?
Yeah.
Let me raise anchor. Where's the wind blowing that way?
Right.
Raise anchor. Engines on. Oops. Need to reverse.
A little bit so that we can clear the island.
And we'll let the wind carry us for a little bit before we start going to the
Quest island. Welcome back,
nice seeing you alive again. Oh, what the hell?
Right. Okay. And one of these. This away first.
This here. 2.
These, one of these, and one of these. Right?
No.
Coconut is milk. Okay. Yes. Let go. You find the milk. And
Trees are fun.
alright.
Coconuts.
Bananas. Oh,
Oh, that's the first time I only got 1 banana seed from a banana tree. Going to
replant. Yep, there we go.
find
take another stack of fill. Come up to the brim. There we go.
Another strawberry colada
Recipe.
Oh,
I saw the bird.
fuck you! God damn it! Ugh.
Coconut chicken uses.
Mushroom.
Right. It's fine.
Right, what do I need to do next?
I'm just trying to replenish our.
Bananas and coconuts.
Right, that's fine.
And you make a new bow.
My bow's about to break. Oh. Oh,
When can we get a gun?
that's what I want to know.
When can I shoot some motherfuckers?
Like these motherfuckers that keep coming to tackle.
Where are you?
Bitch!
Eh, damn it.
The bird fell underneath the stairs.
Oh, got it. To vine goo.
And rope. Thank you. My hair keeps getting into my eyes.
Annoying.
Right. Let's set a course for the final story island.
Utopia.
In a name like Utopia, I'm sure it's going to be
An amazing island, right?
surely there won't be any problems there.
5098.
Zero, 9,
8. Oh, it's ahead of us.
somewhere.
I'm gonna plot a course to it. Right.
We're heading directly to the quest island.
Nice.
What answer? You have to say goodnight. Aw,
Right.
goodnight, answer. Well,
We're passing by a small island, but I think we have enough supplies, right?
are we good for
Things like scrap and all that.
Yeah,
I-
we're good for now.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
we're very okay?
Actually need to go and hunt more Gura.
Okay.
We can hunt her when we're parked.
the Story Island. And who knows?
There might be another King Gura.
First to kill. Maybe we can have a Gura at the back of the ship and at the front of the ship.
Finally, your own bed.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got home safe and sound.
Enjoy a nice warm bed. Check.
You need to go to the washroom.
Real quick, so. Let me just park you guys here.
Why go to the washroom?
Don't peek now, peek.
Now PRP.
Get back into my best harness.
What am I actually wearing? I've forgotten what I'm wearing.
I remember I was wearing something on my head, but completely forgot what it is. Some kind of hair. Right? Goodbye, Foxley.
Welcome back.
What was I wearing on my head again?
Right, the pilot helmet.
Put that away. There we go. Those are trees. Am I good?
There's a raft nearby.
Hang on. I'm going to get
Try to get that raft. Is it just swimmable?
yeah, it's horrible.
I'm gonna explore the raft.
You didn't get anything.
Eh.
Hello? Anything else?
No, just a bunch of scrap and stuff.
In junk. Fuck you, grah! Go away! Ow.
Eh.
Stone, scrap.
There's another hinge.
I still don't know why hinges are so common.
It's like one of the most common components in the game.
More common in everything.
I feel like it's probably for the shield. And it breaks a lot.
I mean, yeah, that's true, but still.
It's a lot of hinges.
What the hell are people making that they require so many damn shears?
The shear broke,
So I need to make a new one. Shears requires
metal ingot and
scrap. Right. Trees that are
Actually, did I remember to raise anchor? No, I did not. Whoops!
sorry, gone away again now.
Well, I got a lot of coconuts from that.
That's good.
Palm leaves.
I'm still going to want mostly
Coconuts. Actually, I need to make
more coconut seeds, so and resources, there we go. Excuse me.
wait.
That'll do. One, two, three. Was it?
Coconut or milk?
Was milk? Back here. Active it, I'll go. Thank you.
We're 1.2 kilometers from the
Quest Island. Hi, Seagull.
bulk batteries are really low on the recycle, so I'm just going to replace them now.
battery on the water as well.
Can we place that as well?
Right. Gotta get more coconut chicken.
I've been eating nothing but coconut chicken just because the birds keep killing themselves.
Like right now, there's another bird here. Good night, bird. I suppose I can't complain.
Hey!
Hey, Lismatic.
Hi!
Oxley, you remember Lismatic, right?
Prismatic? Oh, hey there. Didn't
Yeah.
expect you to be in stream.
Hey, Lismatic. Let's pop in. Oh, we're just here on our raft adventure.
Heading towards the final quest island now. Although I see a small island in the way.
Do you want to stop?
I think we should just keep going.
Keep going?
Okay, we'll go around
Yeah.
now. Wait, no, the wind is blowing that way, it'll be easy to go around.
This way.
Mm.
Yeah, this is our love boat that Foxley built
Well, it's mainly Foxley building this because I'm awful.
at building. I don't build anything that looks nearly this good. Foxley spent a lot of time putting this together.
Gotta use the resource somewhere.
I'll leave that to Foxley built and maintains
This is her domain.
this production and engine area. We also have a living quarters here with chests full of items and resources.
Meanwhile, I maintain this area up here.
The farm animals,
The
actual farm,
things I need to plant.
the kitchen.
I also steer the ship when needed.
Right now I'm trying to get around this small island where we can get back on track
By aiming to hit that,
and
just making sure we get around this island properly.
normally if we were looking for resources we would stop at that island, but we've already banked up a whole bunch of resources, so yeah, you stop.
Aquatic cribs.
Well,
Technically all of humanity now is aquatic cribs.
because this is a
Day after tomorrow style.
apocalyptic, post-apocalyptic world where,
The entire world has flooded over.
so yeah,
Everyone is living on
boats, rafts, and
tiny islands.
that represent what used to be mountain peaks.
Let me grab
PH and Kaku and Oakley and our good friends.
wait. Are you not laying anything?
Oakley, you don't lay anything? This one's lucky there.
Lucky they laid something, but Oakley didn't lay anything.
Chat.
My horror game is Soma.
I'm familiar with Soma. Waterwall? Yeah, exactly. This world is
Kind of like Waterwall.
sans the smokers. There's no action of raiders called the smokers.
Although,
Although we are following there is a story and lore of the world being told through journal entries and stuff like that.
where
This crazy samurai with the thickest Japanese accent named
what's his name again?
Olaf.
Was it Olaf? Yes.
Yeah, it's
The-
all out.
He seriously has the thickest Japanese accent ever, and his name is Olaf.
Who
And he appears to be going crazy.
slowly. I'm not entirely sure what's up with him. At least in the journal entries.
Every story island we visited before this has been kind of like
Us following behind the trail of destruction left behind by Olaf.
and the misadventures of other characters. Yeah, as for Soma, I've seen
I've seen a lot of people play Soma, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to enjoy it because I already know most of the story beats, you know?
I feel like the
Uh,
the enjoyment from Soma comes from not knowing what's gonna happen, and
yeah, I've watched so many people play Soma and stream it.
Acre's part is rough. Which one is Acre again?
Uh,
I'm currently waiting for my trees to be.
ready for chopping. We are
Less than 500 meters from the.
Quest Island.
Nice.
Am I seeing it on the horizon?
I'm definitely seeing something.
I think that's the quest island.
Collect more eggs. Or
Okay, Oakley actually laid an egg.
good girl, Oakley.
Actually running low on eggs, so.
Hmm.
Well, clay is not the worst.
Oh, this Quest Island looks huge. What the fuck?
Is that a watchtower or something else?
I can't tell.
I think so.
You want my
Yeah, it is.
binoculars?
So you can see.
Closer.
Well, this binocular is it's like a 2-time only.
Yeah. It's the best we got.
Yeah, it's a watchtower.
What kind of shitty watchtower is lower than the buildings around it?
Yeah, I could have just used the buildings instead of making the high watchtower. And yeah.
We're arriving.
Going to find us a place to dock. Maybe right here?
Question mark?
Yeah, in the middle.
This looks like it could function as a suitable pier.
Before I explore, I'm going to kill Gura because
We need
to
stock up on gura meat.
right. And we have
Landed. Perfect.
Nice.
Right. Let me go and hunt gura real quick. Nope.
oh, nobody has what's the name of that phobia of deep water?
Fast for
Phasmophobia is ghosts.
yeah. No, not fast. It starts with fast. TH.
Thalassophobia.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Thalassor.
Fucking
Oh god damn it.
gura, come here. I don't really have thalassophobia, so
I'm okay with
swimming,
even
being unable to see the bottom. I have a friend who has very
excuse me.
my throat's sore. I have a friend who has really strong thalassophobia though.
Right.
Alright, Gura. Thank you for your meats.
Fix some stuff.
Need to refresh.
Or Gura steak. So,
This is the recipe, right?
is what are you saying, Foxy?
I'm just gonna make extra weapons in case you don't fight.
I don't know if I'm gonna need an extra spear.
I might make an extra machete.
I'm not sure if I need an extra spear. Yeah, we have a lot of metal, and spear uses metal, so I'll just make some.
Um, some rope. Go. And
Time to make another machete.
just in case.
Actually, my machete is okay. I think I should be fine.
Just be safe. Oops. There we go. Right. I have a backup spear, backup machete,
My bow is
completely fresh. 4.
Let me make a
Banana. Smoothie. Cars. Time for milking. Good go.
the water fix you up.
Oh. It's something I've learned to deal with.
Being deep underwater. Or at least jumping into deep water. Coconut. Wait, no, that's not what I'm making.
What am I doing? I need to Coca-Cola steak.
It's kind of a requirement to be able to.
Handle deep water when you're a registered scuba diver.
I wouldn't be able to jump into the water if.
I was scared of deep water.
How's the trees?
Pretty okay for wood, so
Gonna throw these back.
here. There we go.
We need more.
Coconuts. 2, 3, 4.
And one banana.
What's done? Don't mind the fact that I was holding the mug sideways, chat, and the drink didn't spill all over the place.
Don't worry about it.
Uh,
I was so skillful.
that I was able to, you know,
Scoop up the drink and hold the mug sideways, and
and it didn't fall out.
you know, if you use
Inertia to keep.
the drinks in the mug, that's totally what I did.
Is
What are dangers in the game?
well,
Gura is a danger.
that I killed.
She's still dead? I'm not sure. Starting out, she is
Quite the terror because she kills you whenever you want to jump into the water.
and she never stops trying to kill you.
Constantly.
And when you're starting out, you don't really have the resources to deal with her, but
Since it's the last story island, Oxy and I have come really far,
and with a lot of weapons,
so you can deal with Gura.
there's also like large islands can sometimes have dangerous animals like bears, boars, an asshole bird that keeps dropping shit on your head. And these animals will kill you.
Sorry. This is very much a survival game.
Survival builder.
Oh. When you're first starting out, getting enough resources to be able to do everything is very difficult.
You it is highly likely you will starve to death.
Starting out.
Especially if you're going blind without knowing anything.
Oxley and I got into a death loop of starving to death. At least once. Eventually we got better, but yeah.
After, I think it was 2-3 hours of being in a starving to death constantly loop.
Right. To be replaced.
Oops.
Right, you need to drop that.
Go.
And to start with,
When you're first starting out, you cannot direct your boat at all. This wheel, this sail, the engine controls, the
engine. That's
back here. These are engines that Foxley built.
it drives a boat.
You won't have any of these to start with, so when you start out, you're completely at the mercy of the current and the waves.
Can't really.
Direct your boat to stop at islands if you need to. You don't even have an anchor.
So
You kind of need to just, if you do happen to say just hit an island with the raft, you have to jump off quickly, collect whatever you can, and then jump back onto your raft because the raft will drift around the island.
eventually. It's like a mansion raft. Yeah, it's all Foxley. Foxley made this. She made the love boat for both of us.
Can you imagine?
this puzzle need to be solved. I'll try to do one.
What was that?
There's a puzzle here.
Oh, you're on the island already.
Oh, okay.
I'm still on the boat cooking food.
When you first start out,
You start out in a tiny ass raft that's literally just 4x4.
you see this square?
4x. No, wait. Is it 4x4 or 2x2?
4x4, right? Wait,
4x4.
2x2, yeah.
2x2, yeah.
You start out in a 2x2. Tiny 2x2.
And Gura will attack and destroy the raft because it's not armored.
Oops. So yeah, the start is quite harsh. It looks great. Yeah, I know, right? Foxley is amazing.
I'll probably join you on the island in the morning.
And
Just staying on the boat, cooking,
more stuff.
eating some.
Coconut chicken. Right. I saw Gura swimming around.
Gonna go kill her again.
We're still short on Gura steaks. Gura? Gura, where are you? I saw you. There you are. Come here, Gura. Come here. Yeah.
Fuck you! Oh, god damn it! Fuck you, bitch! Come here. Come on. Yeah. Oh, okay. Another girl. Dead. Oh well. Thank you, girl, for giving us your delicious meats. See. Now I'm gonna make another mango nana smoothie. Not take it onto the island with me. Alright. While exploring the islands, running out of food and water is a danger. So that's why it's important to prepare. Oh, you can eat while you're on the island. This game, I've heard, is really difficult when you play it solo. There's easier difficulties, but the normal difficulty is impossible when you play solo. You have to do everything. You have to build, you have to collect stuff on the ocean, you have to refine, you have to manage a farm, you have to cook, you have to do everything alone. It's insane what this game expects you to do alone. Gotta make sure I have my provisions for when I'm on the island. Were you able to solve the puzzle, Oxley?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Solve one puzzle.
Is there only one way to go, or is there multiple?
This one is actually for the last puzzle, but since I'm already here, why not just do it? The puzzle that I'm doing is probably for like the final mission, but since I'm already here, why not just do it?
Right.
It's really close to our raft.
Wait a second, I'm
Bringing up the story to make sure that we don't miss anything.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
And got it.
Alright. Hey, let me try to make sure that I'm not doing anything that... No! Fuck! I didn't mean to eat that! Fuck! And you know what? You know what? Fuck this shit. I'm not gonna wait for my food to cook again. I'm just going to grab one of these. Grab a strawberry colada and go. I'm coming.
Okay,
Oh,
I think I'm finished with this puzzle also. Yeah. Okay. Now just gotta do the actual quest.
this is
Not sure where to start though.
this puzzle is supposed to do what exactly?
It's for like a generator, but it doesn't have electricity. That's what we need to find. Ooh, free shovel, nice.
Or I mean, I'm looking at this wheel over here, and this wheel doesn't seem to be connected.
Oh, is this the third one? I think this is the third one.
So
Yeah, there's 3. 1, 2. This is the third one.
Oh, I see what you need to do. Oh, this is. Ah,
Keep
right.
no, keep spinning again. Again. There you go.
Like so. I see. Right. Does this seem to work? No.
No, you keep spinning again. Nope. Yeah, this one.
This one.
Okay.
And is this?
I think, let's see. Chup, chup, chup. No. I
No.
don't think. Oh, I got one. Let's see. One time, 1, 2. Yeah, it's not. Okay, stop. Jump, jump. Nope.
Like this?
Yes, this is the one. And yeah, we got it.
Alright. So this goes over here. This looks like a really nice place actually. You have a lot of
Yeah.
dirt here. You can plant a lot of stuff.
This one needs water. I don't know how.
Water? Gee, if only there was an ocean full of water right next to it. You see something down there? Oh, I see. So we need to... That's kind of a pump. And once this thing fills with water, something down there is going to rise up, I think. Yeah. So... where's the origin of this? We've connected all the pipes, right? Yeah. And
So this is the purifier.
uh-huh.
We'll take it.
But it needs power from...
Oh,
Careful. Needs power from this thing. This thing
Yeah.
requires electrical cabling. Oh, fucking!
oh, what is that?
Is that a hyena
Oh.
or a...
Oh yeah, that's a
Or... Ah! Ow! Ah!
Ooh, that's different. Well.
Oh,
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 there's more.
there's more. Come back here. Come back here.
Nice.
What meat do you get? This normal meat. Yeah, normal meat. Okay.
I got a hyena head.
What's this?
Huh? We can carry these boxes and stack them.
Oh,
Think to
no.
go here.
Let me
Stack it
guess.
over here.
We're gonna have to climb up shit.
Really?
I do see arrows pointing towards electricity.
I see these weird
Tarps hanging from the
building.
is clearly meant to indicate something, but I'm not sure what.
Where do they want us to climb up? That's the question.
I need more.
Sure. Just gonna try here first. I see a cable up there.
Yeah, I got a cable.
One electrical cable.
Can we go higher up?
Maybe. Just need to keep stacking, I guess.
Can I place this over here?
I can. Hello?
Anything up here?
Is there anything up there?
I can't really see.
Me.
Minecraft?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I
So
do.
yeah, we do have this.
Oh.
So we got
One electrical cable.
Okay, we need to go to the other.
Oh my god!
I think you can zipline over there.
Can I?
Do you still have the zipline?
Yeah.
Nah.
No, it's backwards. Yeah, I think you need to go and build the
Platform over there.
and I can drag the wire. Wait, no, we're out of electrical cable. We need more.
Hmm.
Keep your eyes open for electrical cable.
Hmm.
But we did find the electrical cable on top of a platform, so maybe
Maybe there'll be electrical cable up here.
how do I rotate this damn thing?
Ah, fuck it.
We can actually jump too high. Two boxes high,
So,
and do this.
and I need cable.
Nice.
I can put zipline or need to make remake the box down there.
Oh, that is annoying.
Oh,
Huh.
Maybe you should like collect all the carryables.
yeah.
Can you make the thingy back? Oh wait, hold on.
I don't know.
I'll find more box.
Okay, I can get up here from just 2.
I put one here.
Is there one more block? Ah, we just need one more block.
Unless we're supposed to
Oh, over here. Found
find
2.
me.
Oh, nice.
Okay, okay.
Okay, hang on. This is all we need to get up here.
And I need to stack this here.
You can barely make it up.
There we go.
That's done. Now I think we need to carry all to the other side.
Really?
Maybe. Let's check it out first.
Well,
There's a
I'll
box
take
over
this
there.
down from
The top, just cause.
to make things easier. Alright, let's see.
Oh yeah, I can do that. Actually.
Found more boxes here.
I don't know where I'm supposed to put them. This electrical cable. This needs electrical cable.
What's this?
Oh, vending machine token.
I think you need the box over here.
Another electrical cable required.
Oh, there is.
Another box over there.
Another hyena over there. I see electrical
Shoot
cable.
it from here. Looks so fast. Oh no.
Oh,
I got the electrical cable.
hi. Hi, Mr. Hyena. Ah! Got
I
it.
guess it's weak.
Right, so we have
Here.
more boxes and more. Nice, you found more electrical cable.
Anything else up there?
This token.
I wonder if this is explorable.
Doesn't look like it.
Alright, how do we navigate this?
You trying to get up there?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, there's a ladder here.
Perfect.
I'm going to put this here for now. Start dragging the cable from here.
Back this way.
And drag this cable from here.
Back over here. Alright.
everything is connected except that generator.
One more. Fuel.
Do we have another cable or no?
Nope.
Did we miss one somewhere?
Probably.
Check the other platform.
See, we missed one. Cable? Cable? Oh. Cable.
This is back at the beginning. Didn't find cable, but I found a bunch of random mats.
No, I'm looking for. Anything over here?
From the people of Utopia, do not trust Olof Wilkström. When he arrived here, we took his word in good faith. He exploited us at every turn. Now all of us, dissenters, are locked up, which is everyone by my count. To anyone reading this, Olof should be up in the marketplace. Beware of his rabbit beasts. Please take the master key from him. Set us free. Set Utopia free.
Okay.
I guess, yeah, Olaf went crazy.
Marketplace, where is that?
Whoa. Are we actually hearing real voices?
Yeah.
Wow!
These are the first living people we've encountered.
Except for,
All those characters we unlocked, but
still. I've expected us to appear here and find everyone dead.
we still haven't found the last cable, have we?
I think we probably need to fight the boss to get in.
Set us free.
Like the boss to get the cable to get the key?
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
But...
Of course, 2 entrance key. We can find one more key. What's that?
Just gonna check this area just in case we missed a cable. Or a different pathway we could have taken.
Let's see here. So that's fully connected.
This takes me here.
Can I make that jump? Platform here.
I wonder. Oh, what's up here?
Cable.
Multiple
Nice.
cable. Nice, we found it. to drag the cable.
Oh, you found cable as well?
Nice. So finding a lot more cable all of a sudden.
But where did it go if...
Oh, you disconnected. Should we
Did it
check the
do
pump?
something?
I see
Yeah.
electricity traveling.
Check the pump.
It's making sounds. Let's see. It's working. Also,
Hmm?
okay, got it.
Carbon dioxide canister?
I don't know.
Strange. We're near the boat. I'm going to go back to our boat real quick and just drop off all the junk I picked up.
Also,
I will refresh. If you need to refresh your supplies,
now's the time to do it.
I'm gonna cook a little bit before we...
Go back onto the island.
Rope.
Scrap. Metal. Glass.
Hyena head.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
I'm not sure where to put the hyena head.
Gotta put it in the same box as all the
Tiki stuff.
keeps trying to get onto the boat.
What do I need? I need to make a
Strawberry colada and
coconut chicken. Right. I also need to plant trees.
one thing at a time. Coconut chicken,
Requires
mushroom. Alright. Ish.
strawberry colada requires coconut, strawberry, and
Pineapple.
okay, I'm actually running out of coconuts.
I need to.
Wait, what the hell did I just do?
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
I have my own raft, and it's hooked up to actual wind turbines.
Oh, God.
If I had even more power, just imagine all the
Yay.
experiments I could run. But now that
already murdered and now he's promising to help everyone with his army. Last I saw him, Olaf Rookstrom ruined Caravan Town. I will never forgive him. I hope Han and Ruben listen to me. He's not to be trusted. Just in case, I decided to up the security on my raft. This map should allow only the smartest of people to enter. Like me.
Oh my god. So fucking Chinese. The accent is so thick. Ugh.
We need to find a harpoon. Somewhere.
We'll see what we can do with that carbon dioxide canister.
Yeah, it's for the harpoon.
Oh. Shit.
Fish.
Need to
I don't know.
plant nothing but bananas. Sorry, not bananas. Coconuts. What are you saying, Foxy? Sorry, I cut you off.
Maybe it's somewhere in the, I don't know, equipment area, I guess. Equipment hut somewhere. I don't know. I'm gonna keep you good.
Let me see. My house. Oh, our house is the watchtower. Okay. Super secret map. Let me guess. She buried some stuff, and we need to dig things up from the ground.
Oh, I guess that's the reason why it's a shower.
It looks like this is a treasure map.
Okay. I'm gonna take a shower.
One, 2, 3, 4. While you're doing that, I'm going to kill Gura again. Need more Gura meat.
Ew.
What?
When I dig something, there's like cockroach.
Ew.
Cockroaches.
Hi, Gura.
Nope. Nope.
So is it not a treasure map? Or she just marked some locations that are fake?
Hold on. I don't think it is. Mhm. From here to here.
Okay. Another Gura harvested. Ah.
Okay, one.
We found it? Nice. Oh, part 1.
Yeah.
How many damn parts do we need?
This 3.
need to drink something that doesn't use coconut because
Running out of coconuts.
mango nana would be good.
Guess that doesn't use coconut. Oh, nice. Oh. I also got to turn back on the music.
There we go.
Fuck yeah. Let go. Hang on.
My nose is stuffed.
I you blow my nose.
There.
There you are.
Nice.
It's backpack. Big backpack.
Oh, was it a blueprint?
Yeah.
Nice.
Maybe we need to make that first before we go any further.
Let's see if we...
Have the materials for it.
Hopefully we do.
Backpack. There you are. 10 leather, 10 wool, 4 rope.
Oh my god.
Well, the good thing we have wool generators.
Maybe we use all our wool.
We have some in storage, but we can probably generate that.
Wool soon enough.
So 10, we need 16 more.
We have leather, right?
Yeah, we have plenty of leather. Shouldn't take too long to get enough wool.
Why the hell does a backpack require 10 wool?
What the fuck are we doing to the wool?
Could be for sewing.
What the fuck are we doing to the wool that takes that much wool?
To go into a single backpack.
What the fuck? Yes. Thank you for your milk.
I'm gonna use steak with jam as
My,
next ration.
because
Coconut chicken uses coconut and
yeah, we're running out of coconuts. More bird. you. I feel like right now I'm doing the equivalent of watching grass grow because I'm waiting for the coconut trees to ripen. Okay, coconut trees, hurry up. It's too bad we can't collect wool from the hyenas. Oh, they're very close. They're very close. Come on, tree. Come on. You need to learn to put out more, tree. Sacred gem requires 2 berries and 1 stick and 1 potato, 2 berries and 1 potato. I might as well use some of the chicken to cook drumsticks. And we have another bird. Wait. They haven't been grown yet. Give them a minute.
Nope.
How's it going? We've solved some puzzles on the island. We're currently waiting for our trees and llamas to regenerate wool because we have a piece of equipment we can make that's going to be better than what we currently have, and we're waiting to craft it and use that before we go back onto the island and explore some more. Alright. Put this here. And I cut this. How are you not ready yet? Come on, tree. You have to be ready. Come on. You need to put out more. Jeez. Come on, give me your food. Okay, tree. Yeah. What's this battery? Very low. These are fine. That's fine. Fine.
Mercury. Take it first.
Ooh, big backpack. I can't replace it. What? Huh?
You need to remove the one that's in your backpack.
Ah, but I already have my items sorted in a very specific way. What? Are you serious? I can't just replace it? Ah, you gotta be fucking shitting me. Ah. Okay, hang on. Fucking game. Hey, sir. Now can I? Thank you.
Right, so rather than 2 rows, big backpack is 3 rows. Nice.
Nice.
I'll put this here. We done yet? Yes, thank you. Right. I should get 4 coconuts from that. That's good. Still have more coconut seeds, so I'm gonna spend those to replant. I also need to spend some of the coconuts to craft more seeds. There we go. And put this into the recycler. Oh wait. Goes here. Gonna make another steak with jam. Delicious steak with jam. I'm gonna take some of these and put this here. And craft some more seeds. Right. Okay, since we're still waiting on llamas, I'm gonna go hunt Gura again. Gura! Gura, come here! What? Bitch! What? Really? We both missed each other? Come here. Bitch! Come on, fucking. Come on. Another dead girl. And my machete broke. Time for sharing. Oops, oops, oops. No, no, you're going back here. There you go. Sneep, sneep. Sneep, sneep, and sneep. Right, I have 4 wool.
How many,
Nice.
how many more do we need?
We need 4 more.
4 more, alright. 1 more round of wool and we should be good.
A lot of chicken.
Cook more drumsticks. Need to start using some of these steaks as well.
I'm gonna cook steaks after this drumstick are done. What is that?
That's why.
Are you asking me about something specific, Ash? Or I should
There's a lot of
that on the boat? Delicious steak.
that may or may not be pork.
Because the game, it's
Bear, hyena, rat, and pork.
the fuck was that?
The harpoon.
Sounded like it exploded.
What the fuck? Are you okay?
Yeah. I'm just cruising around.
Okay.
Pick up. Okay. Nice.
Entrance key.
Oh,
It's not the master key.
But there was a door for like 2 keys.
oh.
Forgot where. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's open up. But gonna wait until I get the backpack.
Mhm.
Oops.
Wrong station. Right.
And
I'm checking on the llamas.
you're not ready yet.
You're getting there.
I'm just gonna collect eggs from the
Chicken.
No, no.
Get back down there.
New eggs.
Not you. Fuck yeah.
How's the battery?
Battery's okay.
This battery's low.
The new bird hasn't landed for a while. Can I kill them all?
All the birds dead.
I don't see any new birds. Have I finally destroyed all the seagulls?
All of them are extinct.
Oh,
Yes, there's no more drumstick for you.
no! My favorite food.
Well, I do without my fried chicken.
No.
Oh wait, we still have Cockalo, Cockle, Cock, the
Clucker?
chickens. Clucker, yeah.
They make eggs though.
Not drumstick.
It's different.
I mean, you
Even
can
though-
always sacrifice them
No.
for them drumsticks.
No.
No, I don't want to sacrifice them.
They're good pets.
Also, I don't know if we can actually sacrifice them. We never actually tested whether or not we can kill these
Animals that are meant for farming.
Okay, I got the backpack now.
You got it?
Nice.
Yeah.
Skura respawned yet?
I think she has. Has she?
Don't see anywhere. The body disappeared.
Good. Good. Good.
Yeah, whatevs. Okay,
Before we,
explore the island again. I'm gonna run to the washroom real quick.
I'll be right back.
Everyone in chat, take a 3-minute break. Get up and stretch your legs.
That's important, chat. Love y'all.
Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. BRB.
True.
Hi. I'm back. Chat. Let me get back into my chest harness real quick. Ah,
This final story island is massive.
I hope.
What the fuck am I looking at?
Foxley? Hang on.
Foxy can't hear me right now.
Foxley, what the fuck am I looking at?
What? Welcome back.
I can see it on my screen. Hang on. That's
I didn't realize that the hyena heads were so big.
Yeah.
let me drink some water.
Look what else I put over in the room.
Hmm?
Can you see it?
The bird?
Oh, the white
Yeah.
bird.
Caw beach. Yeah.
Yeah, those birds are fucking assholes. Oh, I need to
Make food.
go and make food. Yeah, to make
One of these.
two of these.
And one of this. Foxy's avatar and this is walking. Yeah, we both managed to get our avatars into the game.
Totally unmodded.
Yes, definitely totally unwanted.
This game has Gua in it.
Do you know? Yeah.
And it definitely accepts VR chat avatars with no problems whatsoever. Definitely no problems. No problems like our hands being misaligned and me pressing the book into my damn face so I can't read the other page. No problems like that. Everyone grab your drinks. Remember it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment. It can be coffee, tea,
Beer, root beer.
water, anything you have, chat.
Foxy here.
Have your drinks, everyone.
Going in 3, 2, 1. In bye. Here's everyone.
How many?
Oh, it's so good. Sorry. Oh. Are you playing that
There is a VR mod,
for this game?
but I have a feeling, based on what I know about how this game works,
I have a feeling I'm going to throw up. Get motion sickness and throw up within like 10 minutes of trying to play this.
because yeah, sounds like torture.
Trying to play this game in VR.
Damn, we need more.
Seeds. Come on. These seeds.
Well, not just seeds and fruit.
God damn it. Okay.
I'm ready to continue exploring.
The island. If you are.
Hold on.
Gonna refresh just a little bit. With milk. Thank you, Cass, for the milk.
I played the forest. Me up your journey in VR
We technically played the forest a little bit.
a while back, but
We kind of just stopped
because
a little bit.
of losing interest.
No. Oh no.
What happened?
Okay, like never mind. I tried to remove something, but I removed the whole table and fan.
Oops.
You play in VR? No, we played it in desktop.
We didn't try VR.
I have seen people play it in VR, and
it looks interesting to play in VR, but yeah, we didn't play in VR. In VR is so much fun.
Maybe if we feel like it, we'll try playing the game in VR. Although,
Bird! Yay, Foxley, the birds aren't extinct!
Hell yeah.
maybe now they are. But oh well. Yeah, maybe if we feel like playing again, we might try it in VR. But
We were thinking of taking a break from
streaming every Friday because we've been
doing RAFT almost every Friday
so yeah, we were thinking of just relaxing a little bit.
after we're done with RAFT. I need to do dancing again,
Yeah, practice.
and yeah.
We were planning on, or at least I was planning on starting a new series, not this month but next month,
Involving
Dark Tide. So I need to keep some time open in order to play that.
Okay, I'm coming.
Where's the door?
Should be
I don't know where
over
it is.
here. Follow me. Wait, where is it? Okay, over there. Oh, no.
Oh.
Here. Over here. Just quick. I could just swim.
Haven't seen Gura yet. Thought she'd be back by now.
Oh, I didn't even know this elevator was here.
It's out this fast.
Hello?
Oh,
So what's...
Hang on a second, let me
Let me try to read the book. Hang on, chat, I need to fix my viewpoint in order to be able to read this damn thing.
so
We have electrical cable, we have key card.
nothing.
And we found the service key, right?
Service key?
Oh, what? We found a key, but I don't remember what key.
cute that was.
What is this? Oh, okay. I don't know what that's that. What
Is that supposed to be?
that?
Is it supposed to be up or down?
No, it's a lift.
Oh,
Okay.
How do you do this?
you go to the other side of the lift?
Can't seem to ride in. I
Requires
think we need to do
hammer.
this.
Requires cogwheel.
Oh, we're supposed to put something here.
We can jump down here.
What's this?
Oh, this is a platforming segment.
The net is a safety net.
So that we don't fall to our death.
Oh, nice. Right, so we have to navigate this.
Is it
Yeah.
ah! Okay, yeah, that's very janky.
Oh, I made it. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Just jump near at the middle of the pool.
Ah! Ah!
Jump in
Ah!
the middle.
I like, I
There
like.
you go. Something else here? Oh.
I- Right, so this is the...
Will we get back up if we fall down?
Does it actually hit me? Yes, it does! Ow!
Yeah.
Hey, well.
Yeah.
Reminds me of that one show, Wipeout.
There's so many shows like that.
Yeah.
I think there was a show on Nickelodeon.
A long time ago.
Ah!
No! No!
And
Oh, you actually.
Oh, fucking.
oh fucking
Are you serious?
my
No! Ah!
Wait, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, this can be very frustrating.
yeah.
I'm going to send the lift over there because I'm fairly certain we need to put the cogwheel onto the lift.
Ah!
Yeep! 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 Ah! God damn it.
No! Okay. Go.
Okay. Oh, god damn it!
No! 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 Ah! No! Almost. Oh my god.
Ah! Fucking! Oh my god! Oh, okay, there's a safe spot here.
Ah, there's a safe spot here you can breathe.
Nice.
Fucking.
No! Oh my god.
Oh my god, this is such a long segment. Yeah!
Well,
Why is this even here?
Keep feeling the third one. Ah.
okay.
I'm here.
You got the cogwheel?
I'm looking for it,
I found some trash.
but no cogwheel.
There's a hole in the wall.
I found a hammer.
Oh, we need that.
And wait, requires cogwheel. Oh, we need to come here with the cog. Do we have to run this damn obstacle course twice? Actually, Foxy, go back to the door with the key, with the lock. Have it. Yes, chat, we may be cheating, but I don't fucking care. If the game expects us to run this damn obstacle course twice, I don't fucking... Fuck that shit! Fuck it!
Okay.
Quest items in quest item inventory.
Sure, we're going to fucking use it that way.
Oh. Oh. This is a battle.
Do I come over?
I'm not sure. There is the cogwheel over there. Hold on. Just stay there.
Stay here. Oh,
Yeah.
what are you dealing with right now?
No, it's nothing. I just need to like stack some blocks back up. Probably gonna take a while. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see.
I heard Samurai Olaf.
Screaming at you.
What? Oh my god, this cogwheel is too heavy. Let me do this. Oh, okay. Let's see. Da, da, da.
So how are you guys doing in chat? While I wait for Foxy to deliver the goods.
Oh, use this. Hmm.
Everyone had a good week so far? Anything interesting happen?
Oh, okay. Oh no. Let's see. Um, maybe you need to go here. It's another puzzle.
Puzzle?
Right, I'm coming back then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to jump this entire obstacle course again. Alright.
Well,
I jumped off.
I'm committed to coming back. Ow!
How the hell did that hurt me?
This is a net. Soft net.
Thing. Right,
So,
you smash the...
door.
Oh, how nice of the game to give light in here. Fucking...
So,
That's the cogwheel?
Yeah, but you can't carry it
oh.
to the ladder. You need to use this lift. And there's like a weight of sort to put on the lift.
Oh, fucking... Are you serious?
Oh,
we need to stack
boxes to get up.
Get over here. I see a weight here that says 3.
Yeah. I don't know. 2?
Are you trying to go?
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, where are you trying to go?
Since we can't jump, we need to like bring that second one down here. I think.
Let me try it.
Remove.
Remove.
Oh. That's the lowest it goes.
A bunch of stackable boxes in here.
There's a 4.
Here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Oh.
Is there anything you can stack on that side?
Nope.
No.
Hold on. Maybe need to bring it on the same level. Make the what do you call that? Like I don't know. I don't know. Oh, okay. Hold on. I think I figured it out. Here. Come back down here.
Okay, hang on.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, now what? What have we done?
Oh.
Eh,
Doesn't work.
okay, so I guess that's not the answer. Uh. Let me get up on this and see if there's anything over here. It wouldn't give us access to this platform if we weren't supposed to do something here. Requires cogwheel here. And there is a...
Oh, okay. Maybe
wait.
I need to keep carrying it. Okay. Let's try this again. Oh wait, no, this one. Okay, jump.
Where's cogwheel?
Number 2.
Where's cogwheel?
Oh. Okay.
So we are supposed to put the cogwheel on...
Yeah. Bring this back here.
I don't think that's the answer.
And then you need to
I'm fairly certain
remove
this is not the
3.
answer, but...
remove 2 again. Oh wait, no. Take number 1. Take number 2.
Hang on.
Did you fall?
Yeah, I fell. I'm fairly certain this is not the answer and we're hexing it, but oh well.
Okay, take number 1. And then remove number 2. Oh wait. You still need to jump. I forgot. Oh,
Yeah.
wait.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain this is not the solution.
Okay. And then you need to like counterweight it over there. Pick 3, I guess.
Or 4.
Anything that goes, go up.
My son, I have 4.
Oh, that's a bit too much.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Hang on.
We need to be on this level here.
Oh, okay. I'll get it. Oh, got it!
Oh, almost.
Hang on. I need 3. And wait, no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted 1 and remove 3. 2 and remove 1.
there you go. Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
hold
I'm
on.
fairly certain we hacked it. But you know what? I don't care. I'll take it.
I think we need more cogwheel. Yeah, we need more cogwheel.
Look around! The filthy
you scared
raptors
me.
turned
Oh my god.
luxury apartments into a scrapyard, relieving them of the responsibility was the only decent thing I can't believe how ungrateful all of you are.
He sounds a little bit less samurai now.
Okay, what else? Okay, another same.
Are you
color.
fucking serious? Oh my god.
Requires cogwheel. Okay, we have that. I'm gonna bring on. At least you don't have to keep doing it over and over again at the first one. Okay, over here. 6, maybe. Where do we need to stop? Okay, that's a bit too much. 5. Is that it? No.
Still high. We need to stop at 3. What if I...
What are the values of the weights?
Yeah, 1. Okay, rid of 4,
I think.
and let me try something.
What if I go over here and
Oh, I can't get rid of 2, damn. Okay, at least we know that the
Can you
weight...
jump on the platform? On that platform? Can you get inside it?
no?
Like,
I don't think I'm supposed to get inside.
I can remember. Do we need 3 or 4?
Got it.
Maybe we need 3. I'll try 3. Oh wait, no, you can't. You can't. I'll try 2. 55. I don't know, I'm bad at this. Oh my god.
Let me try.
Yeah,
Let me try.
I'll try and reset everything to nothing. Oh, god damn it! Why does it knock me off the platform?
Alright, let's start from the beginning.
Stop at 6. 6 gets us to there, so we need a value of... We're looking for a value of 7.
Oh, let me see.
Let me get the 3.
Move 6.
Fucking! Yeah, there's something wrong at that portion of the...
Also because it keeps knocking me off. There.
Get 5.
It gets me down here.
We're looking for a value of 7. 3.
What happens if I take a value of 4?
Brings me all the way back up here, so 4 is a mistake.
Let's try 5.
1. That's a mistake. So we need to start with 6. 4 is a mistake.
So 3.
Damn.
What if I take 5?
the way down here.
I move 3.
Um,
Hmm.
it just brings me all the way back down here.
I can't. Hmm.
Um,
Hmm. This is weird.
actually, wait.
Foxy, take off the cogwheel.
Hmm?
Take off the cogwheels, can you?
Nope, I can't. It's
You
already
can't.
stuck there.
It's stuck there, which means we are meant to. Um,
Trying to figure this shit out.
can't grab shit until
We stop moving.
6 doesn't get us close enough.
4 gets us too far.
I can't even get the 1 here. If I start with 6,
That gives me 4 or 3.
both of these are too much. Oh god, wait, that's not what I wanted. Fuck. Ah! Give me 3.
3 puts me here.
If I get rid of 3,
4 puts me here.
if I get rid of 6, that brings it all the way down to the bottom. And I can't remove the 2. Feels like something is missing.
Okay, let me check again.
Because no matter how we start, we always have to start with either 5 or 6. 5 or 6 doesn't put us anywhere where anything less than 5 will put us all the way back to the top.
Hmm.
Wait, hang on. Undo that move you just did.
Let me try something.
Yep, it doesn't make a difference.
Alright,
Is there anything out here that will help us? Locked from the other side. This requires a cogwheel.
Okay.
Equip with random junk.
I'm pretty tempted to just look up the solution.
Because
I guess.
as a logic
Yeah.
puzzle, this doesn't appear to make any sense.
Let me see.
Oh, hello, Angie.
Welcome.
Oh,
What? What?
there you go.
What do you do?
6 and 1.
How do you get 6 and 1?
I took 5. I don't know. It just happened. It's
What?
one of those moments, you know. Just lucky.
But-
I don't know.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
I don't.
But
I was just doing stuff. I don't know. I
But
just does things.
6? What?
I mean, we can try again if you want, but I don't remember how.
But 6 gets you to 3 or 4. And
Yeah, and you just
Nothing?
keep changing stuff.
nothing that. What? Wait, what?
Like I said, one of those just happened.
What?
Okay.
The cogwheel goes here.
What?
Got it.
Okay. I have one more.
Do we really have to do this puzzle one more fucking time?
Oh wait, no.
Oh wait,
no.
hold on.
No, now we're back
Maybe
at the
you can put
jumping.
it here.
The platformer.
Yeah,
Yeah. So send
you
it
still need to
across.
go there.
Yeah, now we need to run all the way back there. Oh my fucking god. Please tell me there's a fucking shortcut. No. Oh, fuck you, game! Motherfucker! Yeah. Making me run this fucking obstacle course again. After we already cleared it, we have to clear it, go back and then clear it again. Asshole! God fucking damn it. Pissed. Fucking pissed. Ugh. Oh, you can jump even when you're crouching.
Nice.
Ah! Fucking. Can I get
Up from here.
no?
Oh, fuck you too.
It's over here. Okay, there's nothing here.
Oh my god.
Ah,
There's a small spot, safe spot over there.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me.
Oh,
Oh wait.
What?
Oh,
Oh, come on. Why am I jumping after I let go of the jump button?
what the hell?
Fucking.
oh, oh, what's happening? What's going on here?
What?
What happened?
Am I doing it right?
Oh, you got it.
You got it. Okay, you just have to pick up the cogwheel.
Pull the cogwheel back and pick it up.
Where's the cogwheel?
You pulled the pull the lever.
You sent it back.
The cogwheel is already.
There you are.
Oh, I mean, I guess you didn't have to use do the whole thing. I was just
What?
so go down here. Just go down to the nets. Yeah,
Huh?
go down. And then jump. Oh no. Jump here.
Huh?
And then
Oh. Ah. Yeah, thought of that.
oh no, should have timed that. Yeah. So call it back. I'm stuck here.
Oh, wow. Hack commands.
And I don't care. We'll take it.
Fucking hacks to
Solve this fucking puzzle. Cause fuck this shit. Oh my fucking god. We need to insert the cogwheel here. Eh.
Oh yeah.
I have no food, by the way.
I have. Here, take that.
Oh, a shark in there.
Oh, thank you. Ah,
Okay, that filled me up completely.
uh,
I swear, there's another fucking puzzle.
if there's another puzzle,
And we have a way to get back down.
I say we go back to the boat and
Get supplies. What is this?
the cage.
There's a lot of box.
Yeah.
Isn't this the same place? Question mark?
Oh yeah, we came back.
This is a shortcut that was locked on the other side.
Okay. Oh.
So
Oh, wait. Should
from
we go
here, where are we supposed to go?
Maybe we need to build a bridge from here.
I don't know.
Feels like you should go up there.
They gave us a box, the boxes for a reason.
So,
Oh, here.
no, here.
Here?
There's a ladder here.
Okay. Nice.
So we need the boxes.
There's. Oh, okay. Okay. See it.
What? Where'd my box go?
Oh. Is that?
What?
Is that not supposed to do that?
Huh?
What?
I think we're not supposed to do that.
Are we not?
Maybe there's something else.
But
What?
hang on.
What happened to the box I was carrying?
Yeah, it just disappeared with mine also.
We're clearly supposed to do something with this.
What?
There's something else up here? Nothing.
That ladder's the only thing that's...
Here?
Could be. Maybe.
You have your chance.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, it's here.
Really?
Won't listen. So fine. Have it your way. Welcome to Utopia.
Yes, Mrs. Samurai?
You will accomplish nothing here.
Oh god!
Whoa! Okay, so bombs
Uh,
and fire. Okay. I'm here.
I've given you chances. You could have left at any time.
What are we meant to be doing? Oh hi!
do I just...
No! No!
Okay, we're not supposed to shoot him with arrows. He ducks. Oh god damn it!
Ah! Really? We can't jump on those
Cloth? Okay, the cloth is not.
traversable terrain?
So what are we supposed to
Just
do
need
then?
to
If-
Jump with the boxes, maybe.
Yeah, but
And
where?
put it here. Maybe not. You need more. Need more. What's this?
Utopia and never.
Where are we supposed to go? Oh, wait, no. I get it. I know where we're supposed to go.
Where?
Build a box directly under him. Directly under him. Yeah.
That easy, yeah.
Yeah, we need to collect boxes and build a stairway directly under him.
None of you ever listen!
Oh. Oh.
I've given you chances! You could have left at any time!
Okay. Ah!
Patience. Alright.
This rabble!
Ooh. Ow.
My army will crush you!
It's more.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Enjoy the fireworks!
Okay, there you are.
Get up!
Need one more. Okay.
Hang on.
Let me.
Ow.
Tactical retreat! Regroup!
No, you no fucking tactical retreat. Come here.
Fast. Okay. I've got key warehouse. Is that the must? Okay, that's not the master key.
What blueprint did we pick up?
I didn't read.
No, we'll deal with it later.
Oh wait, let me see. Electric zipline.
Oh,
Sounds
so
very useful.
Probably a boat thing.
Yeah. What else? Is there something up here? Oh, it's shortcut.
Shortcut.
it's a shortcut
Ooh.
I want to find.
The other side. I guess we need to go down.
Hyenas.
Uh,
I guess this is a battle.
yeah.
Do we need to go back for more food and drink?
I think so.
Right, we have a shortcut.
So-
Here. Let's see. This takes us down here. Is there a way we can shortcut our way up?
Oh, I mean, you can always jump back down.
And jump back
Since
down.
there's
But
that.
And we can also shortcut the
Thingy.
this jumping puzzle.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll go back.
Grab food and
More food and drink. I'm gonna do some cooking and then we'll come back here.
Oh, it's
And
here. It's
Shove a
already here.
dildo up his ass.
Oh, hey, kitty. What?
I was just checking something.
Oh god, this is so long.
Where
It's the.
the hell's our boat?
Oh, right, the
Yeah,
watchtower.
that's the tower. Well, we're there. Maybe I'll make the electrical zipline.
Hmm.
And also bring healing self since we're going to fight.
Mm-hmm.
I already have healing cells, so I'm good.
Just grab whatever you need. Okay.
Now, excuse me a moment while I cook. I have to cook.
Rations first.
And deal with my farm as well.
That was kind of stupid. The fact that the box,
Was not meant to be used to reach the ladder.
and then the game is
Just like, nope, you can't use it. I'm like, what?
uh,
Trap. Titanium circuit.
even though it clearly looks like like a ladder is perfect,
For reaching with the box.
but no.
Here, kitty. Take this. Could be useful.
This
Try.
electrical
Pretty
zip
it's
line.
useful. Huh? Oh, okay. We.
We can travel up,
Yeah. Upwards
Lines
and
now.
downwards.
Oh,
so
we can travel upwards
Whee!
and downwards this.
map as well, I'm guessing.
I'm gonna put my
Get line into storage, there we go.
right. For me to start cooking
We are low of
shark dinners and
fish head curry.
shit curry requires.
Double fish head potato and milk.
Yeah, I'm gonna be busy cooking for a while.
Cass, milking time. There we go.
Mango nana and red melon.
Right. Mark here. Your turn. There it go.
Oh god, all my watermelon's gone! Okay, hang
Hold
on.
on.
Let me. No, it's fine, it's fine. There's plenty of watermelon seeds I can plant. It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
We have so many watermelon seeds.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I just planted a whole bunch more watermelon, so it was fine.
Why is it bright? All of a sudden. It's kind of bright right now. What's going on?
What, you mean the bowl?
Yeah.
Oh,
Really?
that's the lights come on before the sun sets.
So, for a short while we have a moment where the boat is lit up due to the sun.
In the sunset, as well as the lights on our boat.
Grr, fucking bitch!
God. Okay.
Another harvested gura. Gura kani.
Right, red melon requires coconut, watermelon,
Strawberry and berry, if I'm not mistaken.
I need to now make
Shark dinner. Right, that was why I went to hunt gura.
mushroom and
Silver. Turkey dinner.
oops. Let's plant some
Potatoes.
I'm thinking of expanding the tree farm a little bit.
Really?
2 more plots.
I'll disarm it later. Turkey dinner.
Let me see.
Whether we have enough resources to
Make
some more. Everyone's plots.
I need a lot of nails.
How much nails?
Can I make?
Quite an amount.
Okay, if I have that many nails,
And what else do I need?
I need
Rope and bolts.
and a lot of wood. I have plenty of wood.
Alright, this back. Put this back. Put this back. Ah, damn. Pipe is in the way. Is there any... Wait, why can't I place this? Yeah, it's not the pipe, it's something else. Oh, the wire's in the way.
You can remove it if you want.
Actually, hang on. I think I can find a spot. There we go. The problem is that we need to remove this fence because
Going? No problem. I don't have my axe. Do you have
Got
your
it.
axe?
yeah, I got. Right. With this over here, do we have enough resources to build another auto waterer and place it here?
Sure. I wish I can make one. Let me see if we have extra. We don't have extra. Okay. Printer. Circuit board bolts. What's that?
I need to grab this. Grab this. One, two. Mushroom. Right, that should work. It's close enough to be hit by the water. Yeah, that works. Once these trees are done, which they are, I'm going to harvest these trees and get those crop plots to start outputting trees as well. Feels like I'm losing coconut seeds, even with the crafter, because the game keeps refusing to give me fucking coconuts.
Seriously.
Am I gonna have to still collect?
Fucking
Coconuts? Looks like it because
the coconut drop rate is so low that
apparently even with seed crafting, I can't keep up with the rate of consumption for coconut seeds.
it's so bullshit. Ugh.
Oops! Get back in here, my cat. I need to carry you. Just wanted to milk you.
Can I actually ride the zip line down?
I can, okay.
Is Gura back yet?
Go, yep. Come here, go. Bitch! Come here. Come on. Bitch. King, come here. One more. Here. Yeah. Alright. Another good dead. Oops. Actually picked up the shark head. I don't need your head, good.
I need to
Plant potatoes.
wait. That there.
And keep that on me.
This is gonna be my
On.
island ration.
I'm just preparing
Last bit of rations.
first.
The trees I can leave to grow.
Um, watermelons are almost done. Yeah. Ash, nice. Good girl.
I have a random stone arrow.
Use stone arrows.
Let's use in mushroom omelets. Eggs and potatoes.
Yeah, that's gonna be my passion. One, two, three, four. Alright.
Watermelons are already fully replenished.
Ah. Alright, gonna go to the washroom real quick.
When you get back and then we can grab whatever supplies you need and we can
Continue exploring.
just give me...
Alright.
3 minutes, I'll be right back.
Gonna chase down that motherfucker.
Alright,
Let me get back into my...
BDSM chest harness. Everyone's having a nice chill time in chat.
Make sure I stay hydrated.
Ow. Not just in game. Alright, I'm back.
Let me drink some water.
Alright.
Also potatoes, they've
Matured. Okay, good.
gonna
Plant.
all of them.
Alright. And alright. Ready to go whenever you are. Come on, put out.
There you go.
You can go now.
Actually,
My hand.
are the trees?
Done.
Nah.
Nah. Fuck them.
I'll deal with the trees.
Later.
Okay, let's go.
Wait, the trees are done. Fuck.
Oh.
I have to harvest them.
We're running out of food.
Okay, hang on.
I need to. I'll try to be quick.
I'll try to pick.
I'm only gonna make trees and nothing else. Just grab
One ball.
and
Roll.
okay. That broke.
It's fine. Come here.
Give me fucking coconuts.
And palm seeds, please.
Bitch!
Why are you refusing to cooperate? You fucking tree. You're a tree. What the fuck?
Damn it.
Oh, well, I only got 2 coconuts.
Yeah, coconuts are not sustainable. Fuck. Even with the
Coconut craft.
seed crafting mod.
Oh, that's so fucking annoying.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave that.
Put this back.
It's fine.
That's fine.
Alright.
Square, square. Right, done.
Fucking, you done for this shit.
I'm going. I'm going.
Done.
Done. Ow.
Fucking.
Oh.
I wonder if there's a way for us to use our electric. our electric
zip lines to
get us up faster.
there's no shortcut.
Hey, hopefully.
Because I see this over here.
Is zipline?
I can't reach it though.
Yeah, it's the one that I shoot. The loud bang that you heard?
Oh!
Yeah.
Alright.
Now we need to go back up. At least the devs are willing to give us all these shortcuts.
Alright, now time to fight.
More
no.
fucking hyenas.
Oh god. Ah! Oh my god, there's so many. Ah! Bitch.
Hush. Bad boy. Bad boy. Okay. Where? Okay, over there.
Oh shit, he's throwing bombs.
He's throwing bombs, be careful!
Yeah.
And he's releasing more hyenas.
Foxy!
Ah! Ow, ow, ow.
I'm just gonna keep taking the box.
Ah! Oh, you gotta be shitting me!
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
lagging. Oh, that fire hit my frame.
Oh, Tanic.
You gotta be fucking. Yeah.
Fuck off!
Ah!
Oh, it's hot. Oh, it's hot.
Enjoy the fireworks!
Well, today is not just the fire. Avatars are also
Not really optimized.
Oh my god. Ah! Ah! Fucking! Ah!
Fuck you!
One more.
Yeah!
Oh.
Fucking no! Yeah! Get off me! Yeah! Ah! My machete broke!
Oh no. Jump, kitty, jump. Oh no. Oh.
Get up here!
Ow. Okay, I'm dying.
Get up.
I'm up.
This will be your end!
Okay.
You have the door back.
Yeah. Should I go back and make another machete?
I should.
I don't have to here. Take mine. I have a few.
Why? You actually made more than one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Better well prepared. Okay, where do we need to go? Is that? I think it's
Stairs.
Yeah.
Motherfucker and his fucking.
Fucking hyenas. Where the fuck you go?
I have a dildo with his name on it.
Oh no. Yeah,
What?
big boy.
What?
Giant
Giant fucking hyena? Really?
Do you wanna shoot and I'll distract?
Oh, we'll try to see what happens.
Yeah.
Do we?
Yeah, we need to go down.
Oh,
Alpha is a true warrior, a survivor. You see, the weak are singled out.
Just to shoot it.
Strong
Can you
remain.
shoot it? Well, it's
You forward scouts
Nope,
were
it
the
bounced.
same. You build yourselves up from nothing. You keep going until you encounter something stronger. Alpha, in position. Kill!
oh God.
okay. So coming after me. Oh,
He
I guess
drops
we need
poison when you damage him. Ow! Careful. What? What's he doing?
To... Oh,
Oh my God! Oh fucking hell! What?
it keeps bouncing.
What the fuck was that? Save me! Save me! Save me! Save me!
Oh wait, did you die?
Yeah, I died. What the fuck was that? Can you get out?
I don't think so.
Are you serious?
There's no way out.
Okay, just fight him.
Ow.
Oh, that's fucking bullshit. What the fuck was that?
Okay.
A true soldier never falters.
Oh, it's charging. Okay, this. Oh no! Ah! Ah! Okay, that's dangerous.
Hello, Foxley.
Hmm. Or maybe I could hit it from around. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. 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 No. No. So I can't go around, okay. I'm dying. Okay. Just like Dark Souls. Oh! That's a new skill, okay. Ow. I'm not sure if I have a lot of arrows left.
You'll get the real treat once victory is ours.
Okay. Oh no! Nothing. Ah, that's charging. Off.
Take your time.
Ow.
Take your time.
Mm. Lost my bow.
Charge, Alpha! Charge!
Okay, charge. Ready to run. Oh no, it's throwing rocks. Ah.
Destroy them!
Oh. Oh.
The Alpha takes no damage while he is eating. No, don't waste your arrows when
Oh,
he's
wait.
eating.
Okay.
You're the only one I can trust, Alpha!
No, it's charging. No. Wow, there's no escaping the charge. Wait, do I need to do something with this chain? I don't know.
No. Just weapons. Just kill him. Try doing damage to him.
Keep switching abilities into the enemies.
You and all the other disgusting raptors will pay!
Oh, charging. Oh. Oh, I can do that.
I am the only
Charge.
one who can fulfill this role!
Yeah, there's no escaping that charge.
Hmm. Uh,
Can't you see? The raptors would see Utopia in ruins!
Can't take it.
I will rise above you all! Your struggle ends here!
Okay, another charge. Maybe I can somehow. Oh, I did. Okay.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I will bring order to this damn place, whether you want it or
Give me
not!
back my arrow. He's taking my arrow. No.
That was the attack that killed me. Instantly spawned like how many poison pools under him, and they all ticked separately, so my health went from 100 to 0 in like 1 second.
Boy, Alpha! Good boy!
Die already, come on! Oh my god.
It's useless! His hide is thick and his will is iron!
Huh? Oh, it's charging again. How did I do it last time? Ah.
You can do it, Foxley. Yes. Slow and steady. Kite him.
Does it heal when it eats?
No.
Okay.
At least the guy doesn't say.
Give me back my arrows. Ah, run. Is it charging? Oh, let's jump. Oh. Oh. The hyena is back for me.
What?
The hyena is back for me. Its ass is facing towards me.
You think there's no such thing as headshot multiplier in this?
Yes!
Yes! I see him!
yeah.
You killed him? Oh, in view of me. Ah!
Nice.
Okay, so... The player is led to an elevator to confront Olaf one last time. No more battles, so... You just have to... Yeah. You just have to... do the last conversation. I'll enjoy it while I'm kinda hanging here dead.
Nothing you can do. Get away. All of this is mine.
Bye bye.
Yeah,
Aw.
Olaf just fell.
Should I jump? Or
You have to take the master key.
oh, there it is.
Hi. And
Me down.
Oh. Okay. Now you give me titanium axe and sword. That's gonna be
Yeah.
useless now.
after we beat the fucking final boss. Yeah.
Should we just jump from here?
Don't know.
I'll take it.
The guy doesn't say anything about how to get down.
Do I need to talk to you? Do I need to shoot you down? No? Well, can't really click this button. Oh, there you go.
Oh. All I see is your ass. Oh, you carry me.
And I can see your ass.
Oh.
Here. It's there. Shortcut. Nice. Where's
Oh, Foxley.
the raft?
Eat the boss all your own. I didn't do anything because the fucking boss did that stupid shit where he instantly spawned don't know how many puddles in the same spot and they all ticked at the same time. I'm pissed. God fucking damn it.
Is that our robot? Yeah, that's our robot. Okay. Almost there.
That was... I mean, it was climactic for you, but very anticlimactic for me. Because all that I did was just lie in a puddle of poison for most of the fight.
Well, luckily Dark Soul prepared me for it. If not, I'd probably die also. There you go.
I would have been okay if it weren't for the sudden Poison pool!
Welcome
God damn
back.
it. I'm pissed.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
we need to free the people.
Yeah.
People are got first.
Yeah.
Somewhere. Here? Oh yeah, it's here. Ta-ta-ta. Ooh, hold on.
Hmm?
I don't know.
um,
I will see. Oh wait,
you
I
look-
can just do this. We get.
yeah, you parts of you are glowing.
I'm gonna hang it, I guess. Let's go.
Hey, motherfuckers. We're here to rescue you. Open sesame. Oh?
When the ocean itself
yeah.
broke civilization, the survivors were left with nothing. Yet, they persisted. The forward scouts rose up from the wreckage, defied our flooded world, and brought back hope. Now Utopia stands free once again thanks to their actions. With this final chance, we can begin this slow and difficult road to recovery. From today on, we are all forward scouts, ready to discover the next step for humanity.
Oh,
Oh? Where are we? Oh! Oh wow, people!
oh, you can steal their food. Nice.
Oh my god, so much people! Okay, do they have coconuts? That's the only thing I need. Please tell me that's the only thing they don't have. Do they seriously not have the one thing I need?
A lot of mangoes, a lot of banana. No coconut or strawberry. Maybe there is somewhere. Yeah, it's here. Oh wait, no, it's potatoes. Maybe it's somewhere around here. Just keep. There's fish, potatoes. I'll see fish and potatoes. Oh look at this.
Are you happy now?
Hi, Mr.
These
Samurai.
idiots won't get anything done. They'll starve soon, and so will you. Disorganized rabble. You need a strong leader, not these weaklings. This is what I get for trusting my army.
You have dynamite.
You still
Think so.
sound Japanese as fuck. Wait, do we have
No
dynamite?
coconuts.
We have explosive powder. Do we
No.
actually have dynamite?
Nah, I mean he has dynamite. You can just like explode.
Oh. How about we
The
shove the
cage.
dynamite up his ass? But where the hell is Detto? You're Detto. I thought you were a Chinese little brat, not an
No
Indian
one
kid.
ever listens to me. Maybe they'll listen after this.
That you are a Chinese girl.
Hateful doesn't even begin to describe it.
And you are a fucking Japanese guy. And
The turbines are still working. Wonderful.
Ruben went to check.
Oh, this is
Solar
Bruno.
fellow.
Doesn't seem like the nicest type.
Still be using candles every night. It would be nice
Oliver?
to find a proper reactor.
Thank you for letting us out. It was getting a bit crammed in there.
he's the only one whose face matches his accent. He sounds German.
Right. Ended up working in a
This
raft
is-
town instead. But I'll tell you, I'm really good at building rafts. I used to build boats before the flood. Wasn't as fun, if I'm honest. Rafts are magical in their own way. Don't you agree?
Oh, here's the vending machine.
Oh wow.
Anything interesting?
Nope.
Just decorations?
We need to be more careful in the future. Olaf happened because we were naive.
Olaf happened because you guys trusted a fucking samurai to lead you.
Listening to Olaf was a mistake, to say the least. I need to get better at reading people. In hindsight, yes, Olaf did seem a bit maniacal.
I guess it's over now.
Ah,
The end.
yeah. Let's get back to Apple.
How do you do that? Where is it?
I don't know.
Oh, maybe we need to go up here. Back.
We?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Here?
You can just jump. Somewhere. Yeah, it's here. The shortcut.
I nearly fell off.
Where is it again?
This way.
It's here?
This way.
Okay.
Fuck these assholes.
They let a samurai create an army of rats and hyenas.
Wait, I wanna see something. Well, can we go inside the room? Nope.
Is that locked?
Let me see.
I thought we can go inside the room.
Yeah, I can't open this door.
It's slightly cracked open, but I can't see inside.
Ooh,
Vending machine token.
Oh no.
Oops.
How the hell did that happen?
why did they set up all their shops up there? And not down here?
It's easier.
Oh shit, did we get stuck?
Nice, keep
Oh
jumping.
shit! Oh shit,
Keep
Foxy!
jumping. Keep jumping. Go front. Can you go
Oh,
over here?
I can.
Go underneath. Okay.
Can you imagine if we ended the adventure with me getting stuck?
Doesn't sound like a problem.
Uh,
So I guess that's it.
yeah.
This will be the last time I see our raft. What else? Bruce, eat my.
I'll sail around for a bit more.
offer.
Just want to, like, say,
Goodbye to Raft as a stream.
Yeah.
and then we have time to do other stuff.
Crafted. There you go. Kinda useless.
Titanium.
They gave us this at the end. Unless they make like a DLC, a new story, I guess.
I highly doubt they will. I got so much
Steak from that.
Where do I want to put the head?
Shall we raise anchor and leave this place?
Yeah.
These motherfuckers who fucking couldn't take care of themselves until we came to rescue them. Why would they even have that kind of vault door anyway? You saw what they were locked into?
Fucking vault.
Four.
Goodbye, assholes. Hope we never see you again. God damn it.
Let's get us around so that we clear the island. And in the meantime, I'm going to reset the
Tracker. There we go.
The hell? Wait. Oops.
Oh,
Everything alright?
Take that. That's fine.
Right. And I'll let the wind carry us now. It was also a nice, peaceful sail. Why we prepare our food?
because our food stores are really low right now.
Oh,
Need to do some.
right. We need some burger steak.
tree is dead.
Hang on. I'll get you your food. Hang on. Don't worry. Actually coming back up.
There you go. I just put the alpha's head up there.
Oh god.
Well,
It's now our trophy. Oh, fucking finally, the trees gave me some coconuts.
God damn.
It took for fucking ever.
Uh,
I need to build some.
need to make some coconut seed cells.
Coconut seeds right now are really, really low.
There we go.
I need palm seeds. Oh my god, that I didn't get a single palm seed, really?
So,
Again, debated me. He gave me a lot of coconuts,
yes.
but he gave me 0 seeds. So all the coconuts I just got went back into making more seeds. Give me fucking coconuts and seeds, motherfucker. I planted all of my coconuts right now, I swear. If I do not get a single seed back from this,
That was a lot of fun though.
the adventure we had. Even though I was raging about the final boss.
Yeah, those I enjoy. A shame. This will be the last time I see our raft.
The recordings will,
Always be around, and I always have our save.
so we can hop in whenever we want to.
Wait, where's the counter that I put? There's supposed to be counter. Do you remember that blank counter that you have, that you gave me? I forgot where I put it.
Upstairs, isn't it?
Upstairs?
Wait, no, it's not here.
Yes, they
It's supposed
survived.
to be on the production. Somewhere.
It's somewhere here.
Yeah, it's supposed to be somewhere here.
I don't know.
I think
Did you take it
yeah.
down?
Might be back when I was renovating. It's supposed to be. It should be in this. If I put it somewhere, it should be.
There's another day survived here.
I probably just misplaced it somewhere.
We can buy another one.
We have plenty
Yeah,
of
do that.
recycled material.
You can do that.
Yeah, there's an
Where did I
island
put it?
off to our left, 1.2 kilometers.
You could go there.
Okay.
We're gonna have to burn for it though.
Let's go.
So I want to expand the front side, make it slightly longer.
Oh, on our way. Yeah, even though this is our last,
Likely the last RAFT stream. We can still play whenever we want to, and it can be more relaxed.
I don't have to worry about
Playing for extremely long stretches of time.
a specific day, things like that. Oh yeah. RF will still be around.
Alright, prepare for
Uh,
dark time.
well,
That's only starting next month.
although
We might be getting a preview of it.
this weekend, hehe. Been by, guys. Uh, hopefully things go well, but yeah,
Might get a preview of what's to come with Dark Tide.
this weekend. Hope you guys look forward to it, chat.
But did you ever play Vermintide or any of those games?
Nope.
No. It's very...
Left 4 Dead, but Warhammer.
That's the best way to describe it.
No.
Something happened?
Everything's fine. Great.
I'm a little worried. Yeah, you sound like you're
In pain.
No, it's fine.
fine.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Gotta save Mama Bear. Come back here, Mama Bear.
Even though the final boss was slightly bullshit, I think Mama Bear was still the most unfair boss fight.
Yeah. That's true.
Just because of how Mama Bear can't actually be dodged.
Yeah. This right. Let's see.
Oops. Oh, whoa, why am I getting so much lag?
Not sure why I'm getting the lag all of a sudden.
Hey, where is that island?
The island is
400 meters. Should be sighted very soon.
Yeah.
a little park there, and
I'll get you a new
uh,
plank counter.
it's a good thing the shop refreshes.
So we never fully lose anything.
Yeah. I'm surprised Gura's not attacking.
Yeah.
There's like free food right now.
Maybe eventually.
I have my machete ready just in case. Oh, I have to
Steer the ship.
let's see, where do we want to
Park.
is that a raft? No, that's
That's seaweed.
we just come from this island? No, it's a different island.
I'm not sure.
Different island.
Well, I see where the merchant is. I can go and trade with the merchant immediately.
Mm.
Mm.
Okay. Good. And alright,
Is there anything in particular you want me to focus on?
Scraps
scrap.
and titanium.
Scrap and titanium.
Alright, yeah, we have a lot of metal but no scrap.
Alright. I'll be right back.
Uh-huh.
Alright. Let's see.
First things first.
Grab the foundation counter.
There we go.
Like some titanium.
And any scrap as I can find.
Grab that.
I need to buy some.
Cave mushrooms.
I also need to.
Restock on
That.
Alright,
Actually,
buy one more berry.
there we go. Alright.
Completely out of
Trash cubes.
and almost out of coins, so I need to fish for coins again. I'll do that in a moment.
Alright.
Got you 15 scrap.
15 titanium.
There's not enough space in the chest. Let me
Do this.
Oh wait, no, there is not enough space in the chest.
Alright. Alright. I have the
Foundation counter, where do you want to put it?
Uh,
It's really large.
I'm surprised that we lost it.
can you put it on this here? On the wall?
Yeah.
Okay, there you
Yeah, it's large.
go.
How did we lose that?
It's. Is it somewhere in here? Question mark?
Could be somewhere. Yeah. But I couldn't see it.
Yeah, where the hell did it go?
Huh.
It's a mystery.
Oh. Somewhere on this boat is an extra foundation counter.
Yeah.
I'll be doing fishing later.
And I need to.
Yes.
Fix up my stuff.
Organize my inventory.
How's my trees?
Do we happen to have a titanium axe we could spare?
You can make one if you want.
Alright, I'll just make one. This axe is about to break. Hang on a second. There we go.
Here, let me check something. Is there an island with coconut trees? Yes, it is. Fuck this shit! I'm not going to craft anymore. Fucking
Coconut seeds.
Actually, I'm gonna craft
Some coconut seed. That should be enough. Let's plant some coconuts, banana, and mango. Right. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm running low on eggs. Need to harvest some eggs. Come here. Give me your eggs, please. Thank you. Now, need to make a titanium axe. What are the titanium things we got? We got titanium axe, titanium hook. What else? Just those two? Really?
I think shovel and sword. Also.
Oh, titanium arrows. Wow.
That sounds like a waste.
Yeah.
You need to be careful though.
The titanium sword would be quite nice, but
I have a machete that
I can still use, so it's not necessary.
I'll just go for a titanium axe.
2 titanium ingots and
2 bolts. Alright. Oh,
if only the titanium went into the bow instead of the arrow.
Yeah.
I would prefer that actually. It's a titanium went into the bow instead of arrow.
Alrighty.
Going to
Do some exploration of the island.
I'll have food cooking.
There we go. See if I can find some treasures.
There we go. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm going to be
Looking for specifically
coconuts.
and treasures.
I'll start on this side.
Left side of the island.
Alright.
Treasure hunting.
Oh my shit.
Really nothing here.
Well, time to try the titanium axe.
Doesn't appear to be any faster than the standard axe, so
I guess this durability.
Yeah. I'm gonna see how long this thing lasts.
really no treasures anywhere around here. This wouldn't have been an island that we landed at before.
But it's strange that I'm not getting any treasures.
Oh,
Finally a blip. Oh,
that's it.
here?
Oh, it's above.
Hey. I don't...
Shouldn't be picking up palm trees because I don't really need palm trees. Mushrooms.
Thank you. Oh yeah, the treasure's way up there. So yeah, we're just gonna collect these palm trees first. Well, the axe seems to last longer than metal axe.
It should be.
Yeah, I feel like if I used a metal axe on this, it would have been about half durability now, but
The titanium axe is still at 3/4 durability.
Nice.
What treasure did I find?
titanium ore.
Wait, there's another treasure?
Where? You know what? There's a llama here. Can I actually kill you
Hang on, come back here. Llama. Llama! I can attack you, but can I kill you? Come here. Come here. Let me see if I can kill you. Oh god damn it. Where'd my arrow go? Fuck. Fuck. Come back here. I need to... Come back. Stop running. Why are you running? Why are you running? I need to experiment with you. Come on. Die for me. Or at least let me hit you so that I can test to see if it's... If we can kill. God, these things run faster than you do. Oh, you can kill them. Oh, but you can't do anything with them. You can't even collect their meat. God damn it. There.
Rip Llama died for science.
Oh well.
Well, that's what he gets for being an asshole.
I'm not giving you anything for killing him.
Nice, but he can stay there and rot.
Oh boy. Right?
You, I know, will give me
Stop, stop, come here.
Oh, ah!
Ah!
Oh shit. No! No!
Come here. Hello, Epic. Welcome
To rafting with Foxley.
Although, we'll be wrapping up soonish.
This is the last raft stream because we've already completed the final story island.
Yeah.
Beat the final boss.
Although it was all
Foxley. It just...
stayed face planted in the ground.
for the most part.
Strawberry colada.
Yeah, no. You already have a lot of those.
Berries, those are important. Excuse me.
Prepping.
Oh, we don't need this.
Need those berries. Thank you. Berries. Berries.
I'm coming back.
Our raft looks so large and impressive now.
Alright, so let me
Store the stuff I found.
got some titanium ore, more hinges.
Got some scrap.
Anything else to be given to you? This cassette tape?
I believe goes upstairs.
This goes here.
Titanium ore.
It goes there.
Right, everything else goes upstairs. Welcome to our raft, Epic. If you haven't seen it before.
What was I going to do?
Right,
Need to put this away.
Let's go to me. Ah, 2 chickens. Thank you for giving me delicious drumsticks. Berries, mushrooms. Da, 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 da. Chicken meat. Watermelon, some pineapple, coconuts. Okay, 9 coconut seeds, that's good. To put this away. There we go. Oh, actually though, just swap this. Don't worry guys, food is on the way. Here you go. Oops. Trees are chopped down, yes. All of that and I only got 2 coconuts. At least I have enough seeds to try. Enough seeds and enough coconuts to try to get more. Coconuts are low, so yeah, keep planting more coconuts. I feel like there's a bug with the recycler.
What's happening?
Sometimes the recycler completes its cycle within like
5 seconds.
That's not viral.
Is it too fast or too slow?
Extremely fast, which is not viral.
I mean, not that I'm complaining, but yeah,
It's weird. Not supposed to behave that way. Oh, I'm tired. Making some changes.
Now just adding more zip lines so doesn't feel like useless to have the electrical.
Why is there?
random ladder here.
Oh yeah, it's because I wanted to put this one zipline pole here.
Mhm.
It's this temporary ladder.
Right, the rock cassette. Is that what I already had?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, really?
Each rock cassette can't be stacked. Oh, fuck you then. Oh. Fried chicken. Oh my god. I'm getting sleepy.
No.
Hmm?
No.
Yes, milking time.
Oh, yeah, you need to,
Create a landing platform.
because otherwise, we're gonna
Nice.
fall off.
You just like space before you hit the pole. You'll be fine.
Well, what if I end up launching myself off the boat again?
Like last time when you created that zip line in the forest.
And I end up launching off the cliff. Did I forget to cut this tree?
Forgot to cut a tree.
Can't be. I could have sworn I cut all of them.
Ow.
sleepy.
You think it's time to wrap up soon?
Yep.
Wow.
You put a carpet.
Here? I mean, it looks nice, but
This area keeps getting flooded. Oh, it's gonna be wet carpet.
oh, that's gonna be awful.
It's water resistant, don't worry.
Water resistant carpet, sure.
Oh,
Let's go and
Wrap up the stream in the bedroom.
on the living room.
Actually, I prefer the bedroom. It's a very nice bedroom. It's you made for us.
Okay, check.
zip line.
Ah. Mm. We're done, chat, with Raft. This has been quite the adventure. Ah.
How many months have we been playing Raft?
Oxley, you remember?
I think a month and a half, maybe.
Month and a half.
Just longer than that.
Feels like it's
Been 2 or 3 months we've been playing.
you got a lot of it though.
Partially thanks to the mods as well.
Yeah, and I got to be in this
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, okay, it's time to end the chat.
Time to say goodnight.
And goodbye to Raf, and
I look forward to future games. Now let's. And don't worry.
this our Raft will always exist.
I don't intend to lose the save.
We can always play it a bit more anytime.
Mm.
Right.
Uh,
Thank you everyone for being here.
whether you're looking or chatting. I love y'all.
Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope to see you guys next time. Remember to hit that like and subscribe button.
I'm so sleepy. And click the bell down below.
Gotta fit the YouTube algorithm now.
Uh,
Thank you to... Oh, that's the sound of animals eating grass.
you know, I never actually heard them.
Eating the grass, so I don't recognize that sound. Thank you to okay, yeah, let's go to my usual and stuff.
Thank you to my
Extra mile supporters. You guys are super duper amazing. Lucky Cup.
Stopka, Foxy, and Maka. Thank you guys.
And next up, thank you to my
Patrons as well.
Lear, Maka, Sakito.
Kylot, Lucky, and Shu. Thank you.
I'm gonna have a rather busy weekend, but
I am gonna try to make sure that I do take pictures to be posted on Patreon
and to launch something.
over the weekend as well.
So actually, in hindsight, there's a lot more stuff I need to do in the weekend. But you know what?
You know what? The thing that I need to launch over the weekend,
It'll be the same as
my Patreon stuff. So yeah, hope you guys look forward to it.
So coming up over the weekend, we are going to have
D&D as usual.
we play D&D on my Discord server.
Me and a couple of friends get together and play together.
I mean, we don't stream it, but it is hosted on my Discord.
And
I and one of the players do show our point of view, so
yeah,
you guys are welcome to come and join in, watch,
chill. If you guys are interested in watching us fool around and play D&D.
Don't expect any big production values like Table Story or
I said,
Vox Machina. That I forget the name of the group. I just know that they're called Vox Machina. At least in university, they're called Vox Machina. You guys know what I'm talking about. That very big group done by Magnus. So don't expect anything like that.
we're just a bunch of friends having fun.
So yeah, and then tomorrow I need to prep for.
I also need to take pictures to prep for what's about to happen on Sunday.
Sunday, assuming everything goes well.
I'm gonna be doing
I'm gonna be streaming the closed beta test of Warhammer 40k Vermintide. I'm actually looking forward to playing the full game, full release. There's a closed beta over the weekend, and I'm looking forward to playing it
on Sunday, so yeah.
I'm probably going to be joined by Sakito.
And anyone else in the community who wants to join as well, you're more than welcome to.
And other than that, I think that's it. That's all I have to announce. Oh, in place of RAFT streams, I will try to do something. Either other games or
something exercise related.
I'll try to think of something. And I'll let you guys know.
So yeah, and
I think with that everything is done. Yes.
take care. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You guys take care too.
Blood Moon's D&D style. Yeah. The party is currently in the middle of a
D&D.
Blood Moon style battle. Hopefully we don't die, but
yes. I'll find out together tomorrow.
and
40k? Yeah.
I'm going to be trying the closed beta test. Hopefully they don't force us to queue publicly. Hopefully they allow me to just, queue as duo or
Trio.
with whoever friends I have, and then it doesn't autofill slots like Back for Blood. That was really annoying.
To see what happens.
And yeah.
I'll see you guys on Discord then. Take care. Bye. And thank you, Foxley, for joining me on this journey.
Of course. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
I had a lot of fun. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye. One of the things I've always wanted to do
Is stream
dance practice, but the problem is there's
all those musics.
I get played. I'm not sure how to do it. Although I have an idea of what I can do. Possibly.
Something I could do.
It has to do something with noise?
Not quite.
No?
It involves me doing something on an